This is the most important election in the history of our country.
Due to Donald Trump's lies and incompetence in the past 6 months have seen one of the gravest losses of American life in history.
If Sleepy Joe Biden becomes president, first of all, you're going to have a massive tax increase. You will have a depression, the likes of which this country has never seen before.
The incumbent president is incapable of telling us the truth. This is a recession created by Donald Trump's negligence, and he is unfit for this job.
We will win 4 more years in the White House, right?
President Donald Trump and challenger Joe Biden will meet face-to-face tonight for the first time in the 2020 campaign. We expect an aggressive and intense debate in Cleveland, Ohio. It's the first of 3 presidential debates scheduled between now and Election Day on November 3rd. This is a special report from the Washington Post. Thank you for joining us on this historic night. I'm Libby Casey. Well, let's start off tonight in Cleveland, where reporter Joyce Koh is live at the debate site. So Joyce, what can we expect tonight?
Good evening, Libby. Well, I am standing right outside of the Sampson Pavilion on Cleveland Clinic's main campus, and this is where President Donald Trump and Joe Biden will go face-to-face in the first of 3 highly anticipated presidential debates in the lead up to the election. We know tonight will be a 90-minute long debate with no commercial breaks, and every 15-minute long segment, there will be 6 of them, will be divided into topics. So we know that those topics include the Trump and Biden records, the Supreme Court, COVID-19, the economy, race and violence in our cities, and the integrity of the election. So we can expect a range of topics to be covered tonight among 2 candidates who have very different approaches to their debating styles. Libby?
So Joyce, of those issues, what will you be watching for?
Well, most of these issues are pressing, and especially in the current climate that we are in as a country. But there are a couple of topics that will be key as far as the timeliness goes. We saw President Trump nominating Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court vacancy over the weekend. So of course we'll be looking to see how the Supreme Court topic goes. We'll also be looking to see the topic of the integrity of the elections, because President Trump last week refused to commit to a peaceful transfer of powers if things do not go his way come the November election. But Libby, no one topic got more pushback than the topic of race and violence in our cities, particularly how Chris Wallace, tonight's moderator, and Fox News have chosen to frame the issue of race and racial justice in America. Liberal critics and advocacy groups saying that it equates the Black Lives Matter movement to a violent movement, and some even saying that it reinforces anti-Black fear-mongering. So one thing we'll be looking for is to see how both candidates cover the issue of race and police brutality, and of course how tonight's moderator, Chris Wallace, will pose those questions as well. Libby?
Great. Joyce Koh at tonight's debate site in Cleveland. Thank you so much, Joyce. We'll check in with her again later. Our lineup tonight: Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter; James Hohmann, national political reporter; Aaron Blake, senior reporter for The Fix; and Jeremy Bowers, Washington Post director of newsroom engineering. Welcome to you all. James, let's start with you. What is on the line tonight?
Everything. But there's also a relatively small sliver of undecided voters, much smaller than normal. So, you know, a Monmouth University poll on the eve of the debate said 3 in 4 Americans plan to watch the debate, but only 2% say they expect that they'll make up their mind based on what they see. So we're an incredibly polarized country, but this is really one of the last opportunities that Donald Trump has to define Biden. He has tried to define him several different ways this year. None have really stuck. They thought maybe that the Supreme Court vacancy would change the dynamics of the race. A series of polls now have shown that it really has not. So this debate, the first debate, usually the most watched, usually the one with the biggest impact, is critical for Trump to reset the narrative. But he's coming into that. Historically, almost never has the incumbent done particularly well in the first debate. They're not used to being challenged. They're not used to debating. The challenger has usually had a series of debates with their own party. Trump says, you know, he engages with the media every day, and that this is, you know, what he does every day. But some of his advisors I'm talking to today, nervous. Obviously, they're trying to manage expectations, but they're nervous precisely because they recognize that this is one of the last real opportunities that Trump has to change the dynamics of a race that he is losing.
Rhonda Colvin, let's talk more about what each candidate needs to do. So let's talk about, starting with Donald Trump. What does Donald Trump need to do tonight?
Well, one of the things he'll probably need to do is to address something that is not on the topic list, and that's that big story about his avoiding paying taxes. This will be the first time that Americans and those really important undecided voters will have a chance to hear him at length discuss that. So I expect that that will be brought up. Biden has an advantage where he does often come across as someone who is that common man, and that certainly is in juxtaposition to how Trump comes across. So will he match that? Will there be any moments where Trump will seem that he is trying to reach out to the American voter, reach out to people who are concerned about his character and the tax issue? That's what he's going to need to do tonight.
And let's talk, Rhonda, about what Joe Biden needs to do.
Joe Biden, this is really an event for him to, one, introduce himself to those undecided voters who are still on the fence. He is probably going to have to dodge a lot of personal attacks that the president has planned. We know that President Trump yesterday released about 17 questions that he would like to inject in the topics throughout the night, and they are very personal. He wants to bring up Hunter Biden. He wants to bring up why Vice President Biden did not release a list of SCOTUS nominees like he said he would. So it's a long list of things that President Trump will likely try to bring up in conversation to attract, to deflect from his own record, and also to attack Joe Biden. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Joe Biden handles that. His team has said they really don't want him to spend all this time, this 90 minutes, fact-checking. But again, he has a very unpredictable debate partner there who might just throw anything at him.
Yeah, great point, Rhonda. Aaron Blake, let's go to you. You know, we heard a few moments ago James talking about expectations and setting expectations. Donald Trump has for months been setting very low expectations of Joe Biden. But suddenly there's a scramble from Team Trump talking about how Joe Biden has been debating for decades and this is what he did over his long career. So why is the expectations game so important?
Well, certainly there is a contradiction, an inherent contradiction in those two things you mentioned there. Look, the key attack on Joe Biden is and has been for months this perception that he's lost a step, and more than that. That has been the central argument from the Trump team because they recognize they need to drag Joe Biden down. Look, this is a debate in which one candidate needs to do something while the other candidate needs to keep things going in the direction they are going. The candidate with the luxury of basically fighting to a draw tonight would be Joe Biden because he is leading in this race, because a series of swing state polls in recent days, especially in Pennsylvania, where there was a Washington Post ABC News poll showing him up by 9. All of that reinforces, and even as people are now starting to early vote, that the president is the one who needs to do something with this debate. I do think there is something a little bit different here, though, in the fact that while Joe Biden is leading, he is still something of a mystery to people. You know, I don't want to use the word sleepy, but he's certainly run a less in-your-face campaign. He has done fewer media interviews and appearances than a candidate generally would. Some of that is coronavirus. Others is just being cautious in general. So to the extent the president can make a comeback in this race, it starts at dragging Joe Biden down, making people have reservations about his steadiness as a leader. And a debate provides an opportunity for many people who maybe haven't been paying attention to this race, didn't watch those Democratic primary debates because maybe they're not Democrats, to really form their first opinions about Joe Biden. And the name of the game for the president tonight is giving those people any kind of a pause when it comes to sending in those early votes or the decision that they have coming up in the next few weeks here.
Well, let's talk more about the state of the race and go to the Washington Post Director of Newsroom Engineering, Jeremy Bowers. So, Jeremy, your teams run data for our reporters here at the Post, and we're talking about political data and elections data. So, using that data, let's talk about the potential paths to victory for the candidates. Start us off with President Trump.
Absolutely, Libby. You know, the president has, under our estimates, about 163 safe electoral votes. So given that, he has about 1,000 unique paths to victory. Now, many of those paths involve 8 or 9 or 10 of the 14 states that we're calling swing states. But he does have a few of those paths with only 6 states in them. Now, it looks like the president is really going to need to run the table like he did in 2016 and win several of those states with very few exceptions. Now, a winning path for Trump campaign looks something like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Now you can see what that sort of long Biden lead in the national polls is doing. It's forcing the president to play in a lot of different states. Now, one other thing I'll mention, the states of Florida and Arizona are really important to the president. If he's going to win with only 6 states on his side, he's going to need one of those 2 states because every one of his 6 state paths involves either Florida or Arizona.
All right, Jeremy, let's talk about Joe Biden's path to victory.
Well, the Biden campaign is riding a little bit of a high in national polling, and you can see it in their paths to victory. Now, the former vice president has about 222 safe electoral votes banked by our estimate. And so that means that we're looking like he has about 3,000 unique paths to victory. It's more than the president does. Now, he's got some very short paths, including one 2-state path. If he can win Florida and Pennsylvania, he doesn't need to win any other states. That's 270 electoral votes right there. Now, there are other 3-state paths that the former vice president could win. Think Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. But in our thinking, it really is going to come down to one of 2 strategies. It's either going to be the Sun Belt or the Midwest. If it's a Sun Belt win, it's going to be states like Florida, Arizona, and Nevada. And if it's a Midwest win, he would win states like Michigan, Iowa, and Wisconsin. But that's what we're going to be watching on election night.
Let's go to James Hohmann for more on this question of a path to victory. James, looking at that data that Jeremy just talked us through, what do the campaigns need to do? Like, who are they talking to tonight? Who are Joe Biden and Donald Trump speaking to?
I think a big focus tonight, especially against the backdrop of the president's tax returns information, is going to be non-college educated, kind of working class, blue collar whites. Obviously, this is a debate for everyone in the country. But in a state like Pennsylvania, such a pivotal prize, 20 electoral votes, almost half of the electorate, more than 40% of the electorate, is non-college educated whites. And Donald Trump won them by more than 30 points in 2016. Our new poll today shows that he's only winning them by 17 points. That's still a lot, but that margin is why Biden has a comfortable lead right now in Pennsylvania. And it's also why Biden tomorrow morning is going to leave Cleveland by train and take a train trip across Pennsylvania. And it's about reaching those voters. The contrast that the Biden campaign has teed up for us ahead of the debate is this is going to be Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is Biden's hometown, versus Park Avenue. Biden will keep saying Park Avenue, even though Trump doesn't live on Park Avenue, he lives on Fifth Avenue, but it sounds good to them. So that's what tonight's about. You're going to hear the former vice president talk about how he would be the first president in a long time who went to a state school, how he's proud that he went to the University of Delaware, how he kind of gets blue collar, struggles. And that's all about reaching people who maybe voted for Trump 4 years ago because they didn't really like Hillary Clinton all that much, or they wanted to change things, shake things up, but who are uncomfortable with him now.
Rhonda Colvin, let's talk more about some of the messaging here. You know a lot about the state of Ohio. I know you recently talked to one of the Democratic senators from that state about this question of the tax returns and this blockbuster story by the New York Times that dropped, just days before this debate. How are Democrats seeing that as factoring in tonight?
That's right. Yesterday, I spoke to Senator Sherrod Brown, the U.S. Senator from Ohio, Democrat, longtime Clevelander, and he in the state is one of those Democrats who's been able to consistently win his elections because he does appeal to independents and Republicans as well, even though he is a Democrat. So yesterday, I talked to him about this tax issue and how it might play with Ohio voters specifically, because Ohio right now is a toss-up, right? You can look at it and it is not yet indicated which way it'll go in the race. So I talked to him about that and what this tax issue means for voters there in that state. Let's take a listen.
I think that voters will be pretty outraged that President Trump, that they pay more in taxes than this rich billionaire that brags about all his skills in business when so many of his companies were going bankrupt. Teachers in our country can deduct only $250 for school supplies, yet this president deducted $70,000 for haircuts. he wasted more money in a presidential race by spending it on who knows what, including his own businesses and family profits, than we've ever seen in a presidential race. So that's why he's pulled his money in Ohio, is he's running out of money, and people are less likely to give him money now because they see that a lot of the dollars they give to his campaign ends up in his family's bank accounts and is wasted and not go towards winning an election.
So what Sherrod Brown is referring to there is that the Trump campaign did pull ads out of Ohio as well as other battleground states last month and earlier in the summer. And he's saying that that's an indication that he's not spending his money well, and this tax issue could affect Trump's ability to raise any more money. So he was also asked, Sherrod Brown was also asked about how Ohioans feel about the Biden campaign. The Biden campaign has not had exactly a strong showing in Ohio in terms of a ground game. And he said, well, the Biden campaign is going to inject more resources closer to the election and add more staff there. So he is a person who is campaigning for Vice President Biden.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Aaron Blake, let's go to you on this question of taxes and how the president may defend himself on this issue. You know, we're not seeing it as one of those blocks of conversation that Chris Wallace has decided. A reminder that it's the moderator who gets to pick the lines of questioning here, but it's going to come up. I mean, it's front and center. It's something that Joe Biden can really go after. What do you do if you're Donald Trump?
Yeah, you're right. You can't avoid this topic. It has to come up in some respect. You know, I think it could maybe fit into that first line of questioning, which is broadly defined as the Trump and Biden records. This would certainly be a part of the president's record, not necessarily his political record, but his personal record. Look, the president has addressed this to some degree in the past. Back in 2016, there was a report that he hadn't paid federal income taxes for a couple of years. It was less robust, certainly, than the story that we saw from the New York Times, but it came up in one of the presidential debates with Hillary Clinton. And when Hillary Clinton brought this up, Trump's response was essentially, "That makes me smart." He said earlier in the campaign that if he released his tax returns, and at that point he was still promising to do that, that it would show that he actually paid very little. So I don't think it was necessarily surprising that turned out to be the case, but it certainly reinforces what we thought those returns would show, and certainly provides some real substance to these attacks that he avoids these taxes. I think it's interesting to question how he's going to go at this. Is he going to say, well, that's just me being smart, or is he going to say something else? Because however you feel about the president avoiding taxes like this, and the report said he didn't pay for 10 out of 15 years, pay any taxes, you know, it also, you know, the way he took those tax deductions was by claiming these extremely large losses. So the question from there is, well, Mr. President, you said you were such a smart businessman. What about your businesses, according to your tax returns, hemorrhaging this money all this time? What about all this debt that you'd have incurred that these tax returns now show us? How can you say that you are this great businessman when your tax returns tell a different story? And I would be surprised if Joe Biden doesn't focus more on that than the fact that the president didn't pay taxes in the first place.
Yeah, Aaron, it's a great question because it gets at the very heart of how Donald Trump sort of bills himself and sells himself to the American people. Jeremy Bowers, I'm interested in hearing from you what sort of polling information you're watching and learning from at this point. Are you focused on national polls or specifically polls in these battleground states?
You know, Libby, we're really watching both. The national polls have been remarkably consistent for former Vice President Joe Biden. He's holding about a 7-point lead. And one of the hallmarks of this election compared to others is that lead has not really varied very much. He's dropped as low as 6 points. He's risen as high as 9, but really he's holding within this pretty steady range that is a +7. Now, in terms of the battleground polling, that's a little more of a mixed bag. Biden's doing really well in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which is to be expected, you know, given his strengths over the Clinton campaign in white working class voters. He's doing a little less well in Arizona, Nevada, and Florida, but he still leads the president there, and in some cases handily. Now, there are places where the Biden campaign is not doing that well. Think Ohio and North Carolina, but still, these are places that he isn't necessarily expected to have a polling lead, and he has one there. Now, the Trump campaign is leading in Iowa and Georgia and Texas, which you would expect. Those are pretty Republican states, but his leads there there are under 2 points on average, which tells us that this is a campaign that is really having trouble like getting its base together. And it looks like Biden has a pretty strong lead in the electoral contest if it all comes out the way that the polling is.
Jeremy, what do we know at this point about early voting? Because it is remarkable to point out that many people have already cast their votes or are casting their votes right now, even as these debates kick off.
That's right. The early voting is pretty awesome. About 2% of the votes that are going to be cast in 2020 have already been cast. And we haven't even had the first debate yet, Libby. Now, I'll say this, it's going to be a huge change from previous years, both that in more people are voting early and in that Democrats are voting early. This used to be a real province of the Republican voters, but now it's one of those cases where it's hard for us to draw a whole ton of inference other than, wow, look at all these numbers. Now, I will say that given a little bit of scrutiny, it appears that there's some evidence that African Americans are voting by mail at higher rates than in previous years. For example, we took a look at the ballots in the state of North Carolina, and about 17% of the ballots returned in North Carolina are from African American voters. That's against only 9% in 2016. And that's a really interesting sign for former Vice President Joe Biden. It means that he's going to have a lot more of those early votes wrapped up than a typical Democratic candidate would.
All right, Jeremy, I want to turn to James now to talk about this question of expectations for election night. James, Jeremy and his team will be the ones giving us all this data and going through all of what this means. Jeremy will be with us on election night, helping us interpret the data. But there is a sort of growing sense by Americans that they're not expecting, they're bracing to not necessarily know who won on election night. And that is important because we don't really know what election night will be like this year, James.
It's critical, Libby. If the national polls are right and Joe Biden is still ahead by the margin he's ahead by, we may know 5 weeks from tonight that he has won, but the race is very, very likely to tighten. We are a very closely divided country, and we saw during the primaries, and I think especially in the kind of the depths of COVID, but we're still watching states try to catch up, and there's so much litigation around all the different ways of voting, and there's definitely plans by both parties to go to court very quickly on election night. Both sides are there's an arms race of lawyers, and so I think you're absolutely right that it's great news that people aren't expecting to know it at 10 o'clock on the Tuesday night of the election who won. One of the things that Democrats expect, really everyone expects, is that a lot of the Democratic votes will come in and be counted after the election. That because of mail-in balloting, that maybe the president will have a lead in the early count on the election day, but then it will get overtaken over time, and that is worrisome from an optics perspective, and for a president who seems eager to claim without evidence that there's rampant fraud. And so there's I think that is going to be a real risk. Some are calling it a red mirage, where it'll look like Trump's doing well, but then when the ballots are actually counted, he doesn't win. And it really is remarkable that people in kind of a mainstream way are keyed into that.
Jeremy, to you, what are you preparing for in terms of election night's results?
We're looking at a lot of the same things that James was describing. It's possible that there could be a really quick night if Biden picks up wins in early counting states like Florida or North Carolina. Those would be a great sign that this polling lead that he's showing in national polls is real, and that, even if there's some tightening between now and election day, if he does really well in Florida and North Carolina, that's pretty much a game over scenario, for President Trump. But it's going to be a lot slower night if the president wins states like Florida and North Carolina, and really it comes down to places like Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Michigan, places where there's going to be a lot of mail-in balloting and where the states aren't quite as good at handling those mail-in ballots. And so it could take, a couple extra days for those to be counted, and we're really preparing for that. Now, another trend that we're watching is that Biden could win states like Florida or Wisconsin without flipping any counties. This is because he's doing a really interesting and good job with voters in rural areas. He's tightening that a lot of those rural votes so that maybe the president only wins those by 10 or 15 points instead of by 30 or 40 points. And eating into those margins is a great way for him to sneak votes in under the wire. And what it means is he could do really well in states where the actual counties that Clinton won in 2016 don't change, but he wins the state anyway. Finally, we'll be watching if, the former vice president is doing really well on election night. That means that the Senate predictions for the Democrats are going to be doing really well too. If Biden is out there with a big, strong lead, then it means that the Democrats have a strong opportunity to take the Senate over as well as holding the House. But the flip is definitely not true. Even if the president does really well on election night, it seems really unlikely that the House is going to, flip control to the Republicans. And so in truth, we're just going to be watching those scenarios to see if anything comes of it, Libby.
All right, Jeremy, great. Thank you so much. Well, stay with us. There's much more to come as we await the start of the first presidential debate of the 2020 general election.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
I'm Lillian Cunningham, the creator and host of the Presidential Podcast. The first televised debate between two presidential candidates was in 1960, but that wasn't actually the first televised debate about the presidential election. That debate came 4 years earlier in 1956. It took place on CBS Face the Nation, but it wasn't between the two candidates. The two candidates that year were Democrat Adlai Stevenson and Republican President Dwight Eisenhower. What they had instead were two surrogates who filled in for them. Those two surrogates, very surprisingly, were both women. Margaret Chase Smith was the representative for Republican Dwight Eisenhower. She was a Republican herself and one of the first women senators in the United States. And representing Adlai Stevenson was former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. Eleanor Roosevelt and Margaret Chase Smith were good friends. They knew each other well. They had a lot of respect for each other. And for the most part, the debate proceeded cordially until the very end. In the closing statements, Margaret Chase Smith delivered such a scorcher, such a rebuke, that Eleanor Roosevelt refused to shake her hand at the end of the debate.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey with you on this debate night from our newsroom. Joining me now, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, James Hohmann, national political reporter, and Aaron Blake, senior reporter for The Fix. Rhonda, let's go to you. We just heard about those tense moments that can happen during the debate. What will you be watching tonight in terms of body language and how the candidates just comport themselves?
Yeah, body language is often everything. You can tell when a candidate is getting frustrated or if they're not listening. And I think also the fact that this is happening during a pandemic when both men the podiums will be a little bit spaced out, that might even add to the dynamic. So I'm definitely going to look at both of the candidates' body language. We all remember in the 2016 debates, President Trump did a lot of sniffing sometimes when it appeared he had answered a question to his liking or was getting a little frustrated. We know that Biden, in some of the debates where he was up against the other primary candidates during the Democratic primary, he also showed times where he showed some aggressiveness and assertiveness in his answering. So I'm definitely going to be looking at that, and I think that will also perhaps tell voters too what these two men think about their own campaigns right now. Are they confident in how they're performing? Are they confident that they are appealing to the American voter?
Aaron Blake, let's go to you about the role of the moderator here tonight and fact-checking. There's a lot of concern among many people watching that the candidates stick to the facts. And we've heard from Chris Wallace that he sees his job is to sort of be the conductor moving things along. He's talked about how if he's sort of forgotten after the debate, that it's a good thing, that it's not about him. Tell us about his role and what we should expect.
Yeah, well, the first thing is I think it's worth noting that being a moderator of one of these debates is a high honor for anybody who would get it. But I certainly wouldn't want to be that person. There will be endless scrutiny, as there has been in some past presidential debates, but I think even more so tonight because of the subtext of how this race has been handled. 2 points. One, Chris Wallace a couple of weeks ago delivered one of the most difficult interviews that President Trump has ever faced. It was praised by his journalistic colleagues for calling the president out on some of his falsehoods in real time, which you don't always get with the president, in large part because he focuses so much outside of his media availabilities on doing interviews on outlets like Fox News. The other point that I think is worth noting is that Joe Biden has in some ways set himself up to be the fact checker here. He said in recent weeks that he would try to fact check the president as this debate progresses. Whether that's ultimately the case, I don't know. It's a very difficult thing to do, more difficult than a lot of people realize it is. And if Joe Biden is going to be focused on fact checking the president, that's time that he's not focused on driving his own message at this debate. So I don't think you can hold a debate without having some kind of a check on transparently false claims. I wouldn't expect Chris Wallace to be a total shrinking violet because that's just not his style. But I think he really set the tone for the idea that he is there to facilitate this, to let the two candidates debate, and it's not his role to step in at every instance of the president exaggerating the truth.
And James Hohmann, we've heard that even from the debate organizers, that that's not how they see the role of the moderator.
Absolutely, and that is why they picked who they picked. The other moderators are also kind of that tradition. Steve Scully from C-SPAN, Susan Page from USA Today, Kirsten Welker from NBC. And I think it's a mistake that Joe Biden did not give an interview to Chris Wallace. Every Sunday on Fox News Sunday for months, Wallace has said, we've asked the Biden campaign for an interview with the former vice president, and he has said no. And I think that does put him at a little bit of a disadvantage here, that he hasn't gone and had one of those tough interviews where he's sort of questioned on his record. And, I don't think Wallace I think he's going to play it straight and he'll try to be very fair. And I think he'll feel compelled to kind of weigh in at some points. But I do think Biden may not be as prepared for the Wallace lines of questioning as Trump is, just because he just went through this process a few weeks ago.
Aaron, we're going to let you go in a moment. So before we say goodbye to you, I want to hear from you. What are the most important things tonight? I mean, what are the most important takeaways when we wrap up the debate and come back with our panel afterwards? Is it who's ostensibly won and who's lost? Is it not giving up ground? What are the most important things?
For Biden, the name of the game is giving people confidence in his leadership, rebutting these arguments from the Trump team that he is past his prime and not good on his feet, and perhaps that he wouldn't be a steady leader. For the president, and I'm going to caveat this by saying he's showing very little ability to actually do this. What he's doing is clearly not working. He won in 2016 in large part because his opponent was also extremely unpopular, just like he was. He won because he won some of the closest races by very small margins. I don't want to call it a fluke, but it was certainly something of a perfect storm for electing President Trump. The idea that he can count on continuing to do the same thing over and over again, as he's done throughout the first 3.5 years of his presidency, and expect the same result of 2016, I think is a little bit far-fetched. The question, of course, is whether the president recognizes that. He's certainly been advised to change up his approach before and has shown no real desire to do that. But this is a moment in which people are judging the president poorly, not just overall, but on some of the most crucial issues like the coronavirus, like the racial justice protests, to the extent that he doesn't give them something to maybe question their negative views of him. He is not going to emerge from this debate as a winner, in my opinion.
All right, Aaron, we're going to let you go, but I know you'll be watching right along with us tonight as the debate gets underway at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks so much, Aaron. Rhonda Colvin, it's so fascinating as we've been talking tonight, the way we're all talking about President Trump. It's as though he's the challenger. He's the one who wants to come in as sort of the outsider, but he's not the outsider, Rhonda. He is the president. So let's talk about that dynamic.
That's right. And, he as an incumbent he has a lot of face time with people. Everyone is familiar with him. His base is, of course, as well as all American people. This is why Joe Biden has to take this opportunity to appeal to that slice of voters who have not yet decided who they will vote for, because perhaps people have not been following him every day. So yes, he is a challenger in a way because he is behind in some of the polling. He is behind in very key states, but he does not have to introduce himself. Everyone knows him. He is the president, and that's sort of the edge that incumbents get when they are heading into a debate and heading into an election.
And Rhonda, he is also the one to be held accountable, so we'll hear how Joe Biden tries to hold him to account for his record tonight. We just a few moments ago saw President Trump's motorcade heading towards the debate site. So let's go back now to Cleveland, Ohio, where everything will take place later on this evening. Our colleague Joyce Coe is standing by. You know, Joyce, the visuals we've been seeing from the debate hall are just a reminder of how the coronavirus pandemic has affected so much in terms of logistics and the format tonight. And I was remembering the last time you were on assignment there in Cleveland during the primary contest. So much has changed since then.
That's right, Libby. The last time we were here in Cleveland was back in March, nearly 8 months ago, when both Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden were vying for the Democratic nomination and had dueling rallies in this city a week before the Ohio's originally scheduled primary day. And we saw those rallies canceled at the last minute as supporters of both of those candidates were lining up ready to celebrate with their candidates and rally. So it just goes to show how much the coronavirus has really upended things. We've, of course, seen after that really ushering in a bizarre era of campaigning as far as presidential politics are concerned. And it's even affected everything around today. I mean, we are seeing national, international, local media here for the first time for a single event in many, many months. All of us had to get COVID tests to even be on this area at this venue. Media had to get COVID tested, as well as the staff, security, and the guests that will be in attendance tonight. Libby?
Well, Joy, speaking of the audience and attendance, what do we know about tonight's guests and how coronavirus is also generally affecting tonight's debate?
Well, Libby, tonight we know that there will be about 80 ticketed guests in attendance. In addition to that, of course, there will be a couple members of the press and some security and health professionals, which will total to about 100 total people in that debate hall when things get underway. I want you to take a look at some of the video of the atrium space inside of the Sampson Pavilion behind me being built over the course of the last week. It was done with the help of the hospital here, really drawing out those coronavirus precautions so that this debate could be had in a safe manner. You'll see those chairs going up, the debate being set. So this set that you'll see tonight has really been constructed for this specific event. One thing to note is the one first early gesture that we look to see if there's any indication of how the night will go is, of course, the handshake between the two candidates. Well, the commission tells me not to expect that because of coronavirus related protocol. Neither the candidates nor Biden and Trump with the moderator, Chris Wallace, will be shaking any hands tonight. They will begin going straight into questioning, not even having opening statements. So that is all related to the coronavirus. And of course, these are protocols that the commission says we can expect in debates going further. The last two debates going further into the month of October in the lead up to the elections. And it'll be interesting to see how coronavirus continues to affect the election process. Libby?
Great, Joyce Coe. Thank you so much, live for us in Cleveland. Well, let's go now to Natalie Jennings, editor of The Fix, who joins our program. Natalie, thank you so much for being with us. You know, coronavirus is on so many people's minds, and we'll see it not just in how we watch the format play out tonight, but it's also a big topic of conversation, Natalie. How are you going to be listening for this topic as the moderator frames it, but also how Joe Biden and Donald Trump talk about it?
Yeah, it will be interesting. I think Joe Biden wants to talk about the coronavirus, and he has been making a lot of the case in his campaign about prosecuting the case against President Trump. So he will be armed, I think, with a lot of information. We've seen President Trump talk about his coronavirus response in these dozens of briefings that he's been giving over the course of the pandemic. But this time he's going to be doing it with someone who has something to gain by prosecuting that case against him, and with a really tough moderator on stage. So I'll be looking to see how he answers those questions, if he answers them with anything new, and how Joe Biden and Chris Wallace respond to him.
Rhonda Colvin, you know, you know a lot about Ohio. You're an Ohio native, and you're very familiar with the dynamics of the Cleveland area. You know, I'm just curious to hear from you how you think people will be listening to how COVID-19 is talked about tonight, because it's impacting so many people's lives in Ohio and elsewhere in terms of health, basic restrictions, and of course, the economy.
It is impacting a lot of people there in Ohio. Remember, Ohio was the first state to close schools when the pandemic started to really be noticed in the country. So a lot of eyes are usually on Ohio and Mike DeWine, who is the governor there, and how he has handled the coronavirus. And I can also tell you a little bit of background about this debate. It was originally supposed to be at the University of Notre Dame, and they decided not to do it because of concerns about coronavirus. And the Cleveland Clinic, which is the lead organizer in tonight's debate with Case Western University, they picked it up. And there was kind of a little bit of backlash. There was an editorial board article in the Plain Dealer. I was there the weekend that Cleveland got the debate, and the editors said that they were concerned that the city of Cleveland wasn't exactly involved or enthusiastic about getting this debate, and the main concern was that Cleveland was still grappling with the virus. It has among the highest rates of the virus in the state of Ohio. It's in the red zone as determined by the governor, and it's still grappling with this virus. So a lot of people were concerned that bringing in two campaigns, two staffs, people to build the sets, journalists, all of these people coming into Cleveland would sort of stress some of the resources that should be devoted to the coronavirus.
Thanks, Rhonda. James Hohmann, you know, when Chris Wallace interviewed President Trump just a little while ago, the coronavirus pandemic is one thing that he did try to hold him accountable for and fact check him during the interview. We talked a little bit about the role of Chris Wallace earlier. How will you be listening for the conversation about coronavirus to unfold?
Well, what a sign of the times that the sponsor of the debate is a hospital. This is the first presidential debate. You know, it's Case Western and Cleveland Clinic. And I do think that that is telling that the coronavirus is hanging over everything, Libby. And the polls are very clear that a significant majority of Americans disapprove of the president's handling of the pandemic. He, I think, is banking on cases dropping, on people kind of coming around on the coronavirus to where he is. There is some evidence that in some of the states in the Sun Belt, which Jeremy was talking about earlier, that are key to his path, like Arizona and Texas, there has been an improvement, and that has certainly worked to the president's political advantage. But I think the president and Joe Biden tonight both have an incentive when they're talking about coronavirus to pivot somewhat to the economy. This is, you know, the biggest economic crisis since 1933. Polls show that while voters disapprove of Trump's handling of the public health crisis, they approve of his handling of the economy and trust him more to bring the economy back. That is a weakness for Biden, that he has to reassure people who maybe don't like how the president responded to the contagion early on. And I think Trump feels like that's his area of strength. So I think you'll see both of them. There's a coronavirus block and an economy block, but I think you'll see them both eager to talk themselves up on the economy and tie that to the recovery.
We'll stay with us as we continue to preview tonight's first general election presidential debate of 2020. Also coming up, our colleague Amber Phillips. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. The first presidential debate of the 2020 general election cycle is just minutes away. With us tonight, Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix, Natalie Jennings, editor of The Fix, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and national political reporter James Hohmann. Amber Phillips, welcome. What are you watching for tonight?
Hi, Libby. Well, y'all were just talking about the coronavirus. James was saying it looms over everything. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it does, and especially for the president. You know, for almost 4 years now, headline after headline, scandal after scandal, we have not seen, you know, his supporters and particularly his base peel away from him. Coronavirus has been a little bit different. He still has his base, but largely as a result of Americans feeling like he has not handled the pandemic well. It's dragging down his reelection. We see polls that show that Biden is eating into his lead with women without a college degree, with white working class voters, in a way that was hard to imagine for any other negative headline. And so what I'm looking for is, how does the president try to talk about coronavirus in a way that shores up some of his losses? Because what he's been doing for the past 6 months, I closed the border from China in January. I tried to get protective gear to the hospitals. Look at the testing we're doing. Look at a vaccine coming. Just hasn't worked. Voters still are worried about going out and getting coronavirus, and that's showing in the polls. And then the final thing I'll say to talk about the Democrat in the race, Joe Biden, is I think his main challenge is to talk about all of his policies in a way that gets voters excited for him, because one of the president's strengths is that voters who support Trump just seem more eager to go vote, say that they're more supportive of the president than Biden supporters, who seem almost like they support Biden because they don't like Trump. And so how can Biden get people excited about his campaign and make sure they go vote despite all the challenges to voting this year?
Thanks, Amber. You're seeing on your screen there sort of the pre-show happening on the debate stage. We'll, of course, bring you the debate live and uninterrupted once it begins at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That's in about 15 minutes, and it's a 90-minute debate. And we'll be back afterwards at 10:30 Eastern Time with our panelists to talk about all the details. So stay with us throughout this entire night. Natalie Jennings, we were looking at these various topics for tonight. The economy is a big one. It's one that Chris Wallace, the moderator, has chosen as one of these topic chunks. And the economy is something that President Trump still polls well on. But let's talk about the tax returns and how they may factor into that chunk of the evening.
Right. This is something that we're going to hear Joe Biden bring up almost certainly if Chris Wallace doesn't first. President Trump sort of blamed this on the fake news and said that it was illegally gotten. But Vice President Biden can bring this kind of in a unique way. He's already been talking about how Trump has the best interests of wealthy people at heart. But he can also talk about sort of the concerns that a lot of people have about whether this gives foreign people leverage over Trump. There's just a lot of material he can plumb from this, and he got this gift dropped to him 2 days before this debate. So you can bet that he's coming armed with a lot of questions about it.
All right, Natalie Jennings, I'm sure you have a busy night in store. Thank you so much for joining us. James Hohmann, let's go to you. President Trump's rebuttal about the New York Times story has been, as Natalie pointed out, to call it fake news or claim that they were gotten illegally. The New York Times says no, that is not true, that nothing illegal happened. The people who were their sources for this had legal access to those records. We haven't really yet heard the president give a full-throated response or fact check, let's say, anything in the article. I'd like to hear where you think this leaves him tonight.
What I think we're going to hear from the president is that he's smart. That's his impulse, is to, go from calling it fake news to saying that it was illegal, which would confirm that these returns are authentic, to saying this shows that I understand the system. This is what he did in 2016 when we had some inkling of this, was to say, I took advantage of the tax code, and it's a bad tax code, and that's why we pursued tax reform, even though that in many ways helped him. So I think that that's where this is going, just because the president's impulse is to compliment himself and his handling of things. And so I think he'll say, if you're paying more in taxes, that's your problem, not mine. The risk there is that he seems callous to middle-class people. But I do think, I've talked to some voters and talked to some strategists about this. There are a lot of Republicans who see the story in the Times and aren't kind of horrified that they pay more taxes than the president, but are kind of impressed that he was able to take advantage of the system this way.
James, it's important to point out what that defense was back in 2016. The president saying, I understand the tax code better than anyone who's run for president. So employing that sort of hyperbole to talk about, as you said, that he was able to do this because he's just smarter. But according to the New York Times report, Donald Trump's businesses were showing major losses and hemorrhaging money year after year. It's not just that he wasn't paying taxes, it's because of the reason that he wasn't making money, James.
Right, and I expect that's how Biden will try to frame it. I think he'll say the system is unfair, that Trump, is taking advantage of the system and thinks you're chumps. And then he'll say Donald Trump's actually not a very good businessman. And that gets to the point I was making a minute ago about how Biden needs to improve his standing on the economy, because it is a top of mind issue for a lot of people. Millions and millions of people are still out of work. And so I think one of the ways Biden can prosecute the economic argument is to say, like, look, people still think that Trump is good on the economy, but look at his businesses. He lost all this money. He inherited all this money. He had everything handed to him and he squandered it, just like he's run up our national debt, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what we'll see Biden pivot toward.
Amber, let's talk about the potential for personal attacks tonight.
Oh, it's on, Libby. That's based on great reporting by our campaign and White House colleagues. And, what they're saying is President Trump is going to do what we saw him do in 2016 and what he likes to do. Rhonda was talking about this earlier, which is just attack and kind of be almost looming over his opponents. He can't do that on the debate stage in a pandemic. But what we're hearing that the president plans to talk about is Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. The president seems to see Hunter Biden as the weak link in Biden's 40 plus year history of public service. He was a central figure in the president trying to pressure Ukraine to make the Bidens look bad, which got the president impeached. A Senate GOP report came out just a week or two ago, rehashing much of that issue, focused on Hunter Biden. I think the struggle for the president is, I was going through some of his campaign's talking points, what he wants to say about Hunter Biden. And, he was on the board of X company in Ukraine when his father was negotiating with Ukraine, or, he got money from the Russians or the Chinese. Is it just the way you have to frame it to make it look really bad is complicated and convoluted. And I don't know that he has time tonight to get that across. In addition, after all his and Senate Republicans looking into this, they've yet to find, direct connection between Hunter Biden, who has said, yeah, maybe it was bad of me to, it wasn't a good look, at least for me to be on these boards while my father was working in these countries, that it actually affected U.S. policy. They haven't found that. So I expect personal attacks. Joe Biden has said he doesn't want to get baited into these. His family, he knows, is a soft spot, something that could get him riled up in a good, or some of his supporters see a bad way. But I also question how effective, coming from the president, they might be, especially directed toward Biden's family, for the reasons I just outlined.
Amber, our colleague Matt Visor, who's been covering the campaign, tweeted out that he wouldn't be surprised if Joe Biden used the same response to an 83-year-old farmer in Iowa who challenged him about Hunter. And Joe Biden said, "You're a damn liar, man." And then Matt said that Joe Biden also challenged the gentleman to do push-ups. And Matt said, we might even see that tonight. So we'll see where things go. I guess I'm interested as well, Amber, to see if there are attacks on President Trump's family and personal attacks related to, say, Ivanka Trump. And the New York Times reporting that she was not only paid as someone working for the Trump organization, but was also given hundreds of thousands of dollars in consulting fees at the same time.
Yeah, the New York Times reporting paints her as complicit in the president trying to essentially dodge having to pay taxes amid his businesses struggling. In addition to that, I think you're absolutely right, Libby, that the president's family, for every rock he throws out at the Biden family, Joe Biden can throw it right back at him. And that's in part because the president's family has played a hugely prominent role in his presidency, in his White House. I mean, right as he got into office, Ivanka Trump was, one of his senior advisors. She was negotiating with China while she was trying to get a trademark for some of her Ivanka Trump brands in China. It goes on and on and on. Jared Kushner, her husband and one of the president's senior advisors, has continued with his family business, doing tons of foreign deals while he's advising the president. And the president himself, of course, is not divested from his businesses that have a ton of foreign interest abroad. And so I think that's much different and much more in the spotlight than perhaps Hunter Biden has been. And it's not quite as convoluted of a line to draw as White House, making money abroad, potential conflict of interest that Biden could engage and probably will engage in tonight.
Well, moderator Chris Wallace has chosen a series of topics, and they'll stay on those topics for about 15 minutes. The last one is the integrity of the election. Rhonda Colvin, what will you be listening for during that section?
Well, we are hearing almost weekly that there are attempts with foreign interference in this election once again. And we all remember, because we all reported on it, most of this year was spent examining the Russia scandal and their interference in the 2016 election. So I'm really interested to hear how the president is going to address that. He was front and center in that Russia investigation, so I'll be listening to that. But I'm also going to be listening for things that aren't on the formal topic list. Climate change is not one of the things on the topic list, and I know 36 U.S. senators did write a letter to the Commission on Presidential Debates and said that that is an issue that needs to be a part of this debate. You have wildfires going on in California. You have in the southern United States a kind of unprecedented hurricane season. So climate science is certainly a part of our politics right now and something voters care about. So I'm interested to see if that's worked into any of the other existing topics. And also healthcare. Coronavirus is one of the topics, but healthcare as a standalone issue is not on the list either. So that's something that Joe Biden did campaign on a lot when I was on the trail following him during the primary season. That was something that definitely won over some of the voters in the audience when we talked to them, was his history with the ACA. So those are two issues that I'm listening for that aren't on the list, but I'm sure they might come up in some fashion.
Great. Thanks so much, Rhonda. And of course, we have 3 debates happening this season. We'll also have a vice presidential debate, and we'll be covering that live as well. James Hohmann, more from you about the integrity of the election. Is this an opportunity for Joe Biden to go on the attack?
Yes. And we know that we kind of know what Trump's going to say here. You know, I think we got a very clear sense of that last week. In any kind of conventional presidency, Trump would try to clean up his comments and say, of course, I'll respect whoever wins the election, but I'm going to win the election. You know, no reporter ever thought that they needed to ask Barack Obama or George W. Bush or Bill Clinton if they'd respect the results of the election. But that's not Trump. I think he's going to double down on the rigged rhetoric. And something that's very concerning to Democrats, including someone in the Biden orbit who I talked to earlier today, is that this could deter people from voting, especially kind of lower propensity, younger voters. If they believe that the election is rigged, or that their vote's somehow not going to count, or that it's kind of a preordained outcome that the election's going to be stolen somehow from the Democrats, they may not participate at all. So I think what you'll see is Biden on the attack, but also Biden trying to reassure people about the process, about the validity of voting by mail, and to kind of make sure that the whole election process retains a legitimacy.
James, we just saw the Trump family and the Biden family go by to be seated at tonight's debate. Amber Phillips, let's go to you to talk about this topic, race and violence in U.S. cities. At the top of our show, our colleague Joyce Coe reminded our audience that even the phrasing of that is so loaded and got a lot of pushback. So let's talk about how Chris Wallace is framing this and how the candidates may talk about it.
Yeah, well, let me start with Chris Wallace, because like you said, Libby, he gets to choose these topics. He is largely known as a straight news reporter. His career is not from Fox News on up. He's worked at other major network stations, including ABC. And, as Aaron Blake said earlier, he's given the president really tough interviews. But when he came out with these topics, it made Democrats concerned that there was going to be a little bit of, our colleague Jeremy Barr called it Fox News framing in this debate. And it's because of the one you just outlined. Instead of talking about race relations in America as one massive issue, right? Like we see in polls that it's up there with coronavirus and the economy and healthcare. He's lumped it in with something that the president would much rather talk about and is arguably ballooned up out of proportion, which is violence in American cities. That was probably the bottom line from the Republican National Convention in August, was If you live in the suburbs, America, which swing voters the president wants to reach does, watch out, essentially. Some of the, the looting and the rioting that kind of comes out at night at some of these protests is going to come into your cities if you let Joe Biden be president. And so there was some concern among Democrats that put those together allows the president to avoid talking about this first very important issue that spurred, protests across the nation this summer, the majority of which have largely been peaceful, according to people watching this, and gives him sort of a forward footing to talk about something he'd rather talk about, which is, again, this politics of fear, this politics of race, this politics of danger in your community coming if the Democrats win.
So James Hohmann, if you're Joe Biden, what do you do with that?
I think you've got to just bring it back to the core theme of the whole race, for him, which is restoring the soul of America. I think that's I think Biden has been instructed to just bring it back to themes and then kind of project energy that when people, kind of whatever the wording is, to reassure people that he's steady. The president has spent months saying he's doddering, and I think that's ultimately what people are going to come away with, is sort of some sense of whether he's sort of there or not there, just because that's the expectation the president has tried to set.
We just saw Melania Trump, the First Lady, seated. Rhonda Colvin, it is fascinating to see the Trump family come in wearing their masks after we've seen so many Trump rallies where attendees are not wearing masks.
That's right, but I don't think the choice was really up to them, because the Cleveland Clinic and Case, as well as the commission, has said that everyone in attendance must wear a mask. So there was no way to get political about this. If you wanted to attend and be inside the venue, you had to wear a mask and go through other protocols, as our Joyce Coe there in Cleveland said earlier, that you have to undergo testing and take other precautions. So we're not seeing mask politics right now, but it's really just striking if you just sit and look at the monitor and look at the scene there, that everyone is in a mask. That brings home that we are in a pandemic. So again, that gives Joe Biden a little bit of an edge when he can keep bringing the topics and the conversation back to President Trump. Record on the coronavirus, what he said about knowing about the coronavirus and how deadly it was back in February, what he told Bob Woodward. I think the pandemic is certainly going to be the key opportunity here for Vice President Biden.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Well, we're just a moment or so away from things. James, parting thoughts from you before we watch this debate get underway.
90 minutes of debating. It's hard to believe some of the Democratic debates were 3 hours last year. I think it'll go pretty fast, especially, I think Chris Wallace will bring the conversation along, but these debates are always defined by moments, the revealing moments that say something bigger. And, that's obviously what you always are watching for, is something that, isn't just the talking points, but that says something about the mettle of these two men.
And let's go to you, Amber Phillips, for final thoughts from you before this debate kicks off.
Yeah, let me focus on Joe Biden. The president has made a big deal for weeks and months over the vice president's mental acuity and clarity, and he can't even put a sentence together. We've seen in a town hall a couple weeks ago that Joe Biden was able to do that. He had his stumbles, but they paled in comparison to the president unable to answer basic questions about his record on coronavirus, race relations, the Bob Woodward revelations about knowing how deadly it was. And so I'm going to watch for the contrast between those two. The president has lowered the bar so much for Biden. Does it matter if he has a couple verbal stumbles? And, is that even useful to the president politically if the president has his own issues to deal with tonight?
All right. Well, thank you so much to Amber Phillips, James Hohmann, Rhonda Colvin, and all my other guests from here in the Washington Post team. The first presidential debate of the 2020 election cycle is about to begin. Stick around afterwards. We'll be right here with a panel of reporters to talk through the key moments. Let's go live now to moderator Chris Wallace.
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments, with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight, why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time. Even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court, and the justice. And I have nothing. I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person, but she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right. There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very happy with.
That's simply not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist medicine.
My party is
and
me.
socialist
right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had 308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about this.
happy to talk about this.
And if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't be
the deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily
Mr. President,
infected. You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr. President,
You're talking about 2 million people.
You're
Mr.
not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
a
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is already
You don't know it's
begun.
on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And you
just be
don't
quiet
know
for a
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well, I'll
I
give
got
you
rid
an
of
op-
the
I'm gonna-
individual
when I finish,
mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse me,
opportunity.
I got
when
rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of Obama.
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the
I-
worst
I
part of
didn't ask you,
Obamacare.
sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part
me.
of Obama.
Let me ask my
Well,
question.
I'll ask Joe. The
no,
individual
I-
mandate was the most unpopular
Mr. Vice Pre-
aspect of
Mr.
Obamacare. I
President,
got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we
to,
will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your
ahead.
question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare, and just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Fine. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care.
What about
All of the
pre-existing
things that
conditions?
we've done,
He has not cut
insulin. I
health
give
care.
you an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost. I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because
When in
they
fact-
pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say,
of
this
what
is
we do.
open discussion.
No,
Let
but
me
this
ask
is
you about,
big.
this
This
is
is
happy,
big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the Vice President, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And
Yes.
the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
will, if I
sorry.
can ask you the question, it will
Not
end
what your party says, by the way.
it will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option, number one.
Joe, you
Number
agreed
two.
with Bernie
Number-
Sanders, who's
I
far
did-
left, on the manifesto,
when
we
you-
call it.
when
And that
manifest-
gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you
I'm
saying
not
you
going
didn't
to
agree?
listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm
Not
here.
by
I'm here
much.
standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left
Well,
2
I
days
tell
early.
you-
You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday. You got
Look,
very lucky.
here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to
With
make
what?
sure because
With what?
here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agreed.
want to
Hey,
make
Joe,
sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
God, I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be
you know,
surprised.
you pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy,
Talk,
the wrong
talk,
night
Joe.
at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Now
let
you're
him-
disavowing it.
There is no manifesto, number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan
folks,
that's absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have
to,
any
and under that
idea
plan,
what
you have
this clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Mr.
Medicare.
Do you have any
President.
do?
Socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well, I
President,
tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care because
Bernie?
because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two,
yeah.
there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give
Number
them better
three.
health care at a much lower price
But-
because
and by the way, he
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a
fixed
plan.
it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you
Obamacare
realize
is no
if you're
good,
both
Joe.
speaking at the
It's no
same
good,
time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better. And I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual
true.
mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed, that they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well, or badly. If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people, okay? I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what he's
and I
known
just
for.
had a meeting with them. They said the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive, premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the Vice President talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right.
He's
I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
Are you going to pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're a
to answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the question
you want to put a
is
lot of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justices,
the
radical
question-
left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the court.
We have
I'm not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject, so let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country.
Wait a minute. It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you
done.
didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
Far
there was
less
no
lethal
recession.
disease,
You made a
by the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he's shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far more people. Far more people. You would have been
And by the way,
months late.
your own,
You were
his
months behind me,
own
Joe.
CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
So you're suggesting that the head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
he
Dr.
said it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be
talking
after
about when it's
that.
generally available. Not when it
Well,
will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up logistically. They're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
this
delivering
is the
the
same
vaccine.
man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. by the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically, and you know that. That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up, though,
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine sooner
I want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't,
knows.
or Senator
And
Harris is saying
no,
you can't trust the scientists.
No, you can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not, they're the people, and by the way.
I spoke to the scientists that are in charge.
By the way.
They will have the vaccine very soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years, you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
who's
had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
if you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See,
and
We're
it's
going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast. I
Okay.
look forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide
Tell that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with the Senate. And he sits in his golf course. And I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play more than I do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to another
I gotta
subject.
respond.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down
Which is
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
President
shut down
Trump,
the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are
of
okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also said the opposite. They've also said the opposite.
No serious person said the opposite.
Also said, well, look
serious
at
wanna
Dr.
ask you-
Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He
opposite.
did not
I
say
want to
the
ask you, we
opposite.
got
He
a
said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good. I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both about
masks.
one last subject, because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with.
Because nobody will show up.
People with.
Well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You goes first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you not
I've done
worried
a great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
and
not worried
hangars,
about
and we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issue,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours' notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
Go ahead, sir.
one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've
Come
had
on.
no negative effect. And we've had 35, 40,000
All right.
people
You wanna
at these rallies.
Just
Yes.
quickly finish up, because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening in some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others. You got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's just wrong statement. Yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. Well, we are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town, and I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took a phony ad.
Gentlemen, we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your tax
I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax
1 year.
returns.
I went. You'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good, and I built a great company.
Sir, I'm asking you a specific question, which is...
But let me tell you...
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars,
So
yes.
not $750?
Millions of dollars, and you'll get to see it. You'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build the building and we get tax credits like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes on the money a school teacher makes is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were
president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make, this federal government spends $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed
the economy is busted.
Mr. President, Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for the American people.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming, it turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
booming.
Blew it.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact, there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse
number
me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you were number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would
This
take
guy
a
is
miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
We
Part
did
of
not
my
agree.
standard fare.
I'm the guy that
He
brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile
manufacturing.
industry.
Let him.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going
Ohio
after
had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having
And they
Mr.
didn't
Vice-
come
wait,
in
wait,
with
wait,
you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch, down
All right, gentlemen,
18%. China ate your lunch, Joe. And no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also,
Simply
while
not
we're at it,
true.
why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million.
That's
What
not
did he
true.
do to deserve it?
That
What
is
did he do with Burisma
none
to
of that
deserve
is true.
$183,000?
None
You've
of
asked
that
your
is
question,
true.
let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh,
It's
really? He didn't
totally
get
But no,
$3.5
hey,
million?
Mr. President,
It's
Mr.
totally-
President, please. You've
totally
asked a question.
discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
Well, wait,
the
he didn't
talk-
get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5 million.
President,
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Oh.
President,
But, Mr.
it's an open discussion, please.
Now,
It's a fact.
Well,
There's- it
you
is
have
not a
raised an
fact.
use. Let the
It's been
Vice
totally
President answer.
discredited.
Did
There was a
Burisma pay him
report.
$183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr.
Look,
President,
my
job?
son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he
and
did.
Mr.
the only
President,
guy that
let
did
him
some-
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
who?
And
The
Ukraine.
media?
By everybody. Well, by the
By the
media,
media,
by our
because they refuse to
allies, by
talk
the
about it
World
because they're
Bank,
embarrassed.
by everyone has discredited. Matter
Dude,
of fact,
Mr.
even the people
President,
who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me
under
ask you
oath,
this,
under-
Joe.
under
No,
oath.
go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to
even the
you.
people under.
He got $3.5 million from
testified-
Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd like to
honorably.
know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people who
them.
testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a
Some,
good
because
job.
some people don't
well,
do a good
here's
job. With you,
Go
they
ahead.
say-
You get
Here's the
wait
deal.
a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me, this.
Hey,
this
let me just
person.
say to you,
No. I'm Mr. President. I'm
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President.
Joe.
That is simply.
Why did
not
he
true.
deserve $3.5 million
It
from
did-
Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's
My
already.
family,
No, let him go.
my family
already
lost
wrote
a
it.
fortune by
Go
coming down
ahead.
and helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go ahead,
government.
sir.
And that's
Every-
such a.
they're right
that's
here.
a-
Mr.
That's
President.
such
Every
a great.
single one of them lost
This
a
is not
fortune
about
President.
my
by coming and
family or
helping
his
us
family.
with
It's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't
American
collect $3.5
people.
million
He
for
doesn't.
nothing.
That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about
you
here.
should
All right,
Not
that's the end of the
Shouldn't have
segment.
taken the money.
We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice
it's a very-
President,
but Chris,
no,
can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No,
He
I
stood
get it.
up.
No,
he stood up,
the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
threatened Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you don't
That
get rid of
is
the Russians.
You know what? You're
absolutely
wait,
not
stop.
You're on
true.
tape doing it.
You're going to
Not
have
true.
Gentlemen.
Is-
I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but
on
it seems
tape.
to be, why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the
Got a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
Well, that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
there's
than.
plenty.
No, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president has ever said anything like that.
It is who's
now,
second, sir.
Second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is the savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
he did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day, and they put up their hands, and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and, in many cases, radical left. And they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of a town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place, and you say peaceful protest?
President Trump,
No, it's
I'm not
not,
asking.
but you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the
Yes,
issue
go
of
ahead,
race. I
please.
promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order
Please.
in a moment.
Fine.
This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody
what
else.
Is radical,
and he would know.
What is
it was
radical
totally
about
racist.
racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and, frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about
You
this
don't
than he
know.
does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
the reason is that
ridiculous.
the Democrats that run these
Absolutely
cities
ridiculous.
don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned.
violent
Are you in
crime.
favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow it.
Are you in
and a little
favor
bit
of law and order? Go
yes,
ahead,
I'm
say
in
it.
favor.
You
Everybody's
asked a
in favor
question,
of
let him finish.
Law and order.
lose his
Law
lefty.
and
Let
order.
him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more in ours.
All right, we're now.
is president of the
Mr. President, you're going
United States of America.
We were
Mr. President,
breaking every record in the
Mr.
book.
President, you're going to be very happy because
And the
we're now going to
places
talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's
and
exactly my question.
Democratic-
There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died, shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200%. Crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have, our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've never seen.
He wouldn't know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
Go ahead. Wait a minute.
I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles on racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding it, his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support.
Look,
he has no law enforcement support.
That's not true.
Almost nothing.
Look.
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead.
Look,
think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
No, think about it. Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported
gentlemen,
you,
I think I'm going to take back the moderator's role, and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is, as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it.
But you've never called for the people, the leader. Excuse me, sir. You had never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Really? Here's the thing.
I sent in the U.S. Marshals to get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him, and for 3 days,
President Trump,
Portland wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals. They took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the point. The point is that That's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, and every single solitary time.
And to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
I have to answer his statement.
You have
His
repeatedly.
statement. Wait,
you have
just one
no.
second.
You've been talking back
You made
and
a
forth.
statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to
you know,
end it.
sir.
I would love to end it. and
You know,
we
if
would
you want to
very-
switch seats.
We could very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd
I'm
send in the National Guard. It would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
But they
good.
don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing
That's right.
extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared
to do that,
specifically
but
do it?
Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say
sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you
If
saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right-wing
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem.
His
This
own
is a left-wing.
FBI director
This
said
is a
the threat
left-wing
of
problem.
white
Go ahead, sir.
supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you gotta be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what
Oh, really?
his
It's an idea.
FBI, FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well,
we're
then
gonna,
you know what?
No,
He's
no,
wrong.
we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next.
Everybody
We're
gives
moving.
you
Bat
advice
hits
in
you
your
over the head, that's
administration.
not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is bad.
administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas.
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump
And
and
you ought to be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges, it's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, We inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused a recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got $3.5 million.
And by the way, my son...
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word.
Can you add back no, I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yeah,
Because-
yes,
okay.
you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about Hunter?
I'm talking about my son, Beau Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Beau. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter
you know
got
Beau.
thrown. Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He
for
wasn't dishonorably
cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you
None
became
of that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made a
son,
fortune.
my son,
and he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he
proud of
given
my
tens
son.
of millions
All
of
right.
dollars?
But he wasn't given
All right.
tens of millions of
He was
dollars.
given
That
tens
is
of
totally,
millions of
that's
dollars.
been totally
President Trump,
discredited.
we've already been
Totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial
So do I.
subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a
I know, but when
judgment call
somebody
here.
gets $3.5 million
Okay,
from
right.
the
Let's
mayor
talk about-
of Moscow.
let's talk
That is
about-
not
I think
true.
it's a terrible
That
thing.
report is totally
Why did he get
discredited.
it?
I
Mitt
think,
Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
you know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you
You've got to have
believe?
cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very
You
exciting
believe
for a lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of this
I think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if that were if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground.
But, sir,
that's burning down because of a lack of management.
But, sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored
No, but you would take a lot of cars
rollback.
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And, and I'm okay with electric cars, too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that, in fact, is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is the guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip
Biden
down
plan.
buildings
and
rebuild the building.
No,
it's the
that is
dumbest,
not-
most
that
ridiculous.
is not
where
the
airplanes are out of
Wait a minute, sir.
business,
That's it.
where two-car systems are out, where they
Not
want
true.
to take out the cows too.
Not
That's not
true.
true either, right?
Not
this is
true.
this is a 100
Simply,
trillion.
look,
That's more money than
that
our
is-
country could make in
that is
100
simply
years if we're
not
going.
the case.
All right, let me
destroy our
because I
country.
actually wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy-efficient homes. So the question becomes: the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good-paying jobs.
What, let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100
They-
billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives to people for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's
at all.
he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up a
we
lot of
we are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now, billions of dollars on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. They didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. We, in fact, but the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion,
That is
not
not
$20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
the Green
well,
New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is
building.
not my plan.
You want to rebuild every.
If he knew anything about, if he knew anything
he made a
about,
statement about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
what
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done
said
in this segment.
he called
Mr.
the
Vice-
military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
and he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He said
Mr.
stupid
Please,
bastards. He
sir,
said it.
stop.
I would never
I
say
would
that
play
to the
it.
military.
Play it.
Go ahead.
You're
Mr.
on
Vice
tape.
President answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself. But and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your
the
environmental
Green New
changes
Deal-
will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support that?
No, I don't support the Green New Deal.
You don't? Oh, well, that's a big statement.
I
That
support
means you
the
just
Biden.
lost the radical left.
I
Done.
support
you
the
don't.
Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election, and what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks, because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com, decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change, or you get 4 more years of these lies?
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that,
sir,
all run by Democrats.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President
a fraud.
Trump,
it's a rigged election.
you're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so. Because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them, we don't like them, we don't like them.
But what
they
are you
throw
going to
them
do
out
about
left
it? There are
and right.
millions of ballots going out right now.
What you do is you go and vote. You do a solicited ballot, and that's okay, or you go and vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people...
You go and vote. You go and vote.
But
like
what I'm
they,
saying is,
like they used to in the old...
Millions of people...
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending... They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country.
There is no.
This is not.
There is no.
This is
evidence
not going
of
to
that.
end well.
There is
Okay.
no
This
evidence
is
of that.
not going
Vice
to
President
end well.
Biden.
5 states
In fact,
have had
go ahead,
mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What we're saying is, they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by the time, by Election Day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows
You're
the
wrong.
outcome.
You're wrong.
I want to continue with you on
I
this,
love
Vice
counting the
President
votes.
Biden.
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes a statement
no,
like that.
excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you, that is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots
I have a final
sent in
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't, and already
All
there's
right.
been
So
fraud.
now,
Mail service delivers
wait a minute, gentlemen. And the
185
final
million
question
pieces of mail a
is:
day.
in 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited, currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks.
Could be months.
Until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They were called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election,
them what?
I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that
from
mean,
a common sense,
does that mean you're going to tell your people to take to the
It means you have a fraudulent election. You're
And what are
sending
you
out
gonna do?
80
And
million
what would you
ballots.
do about that?
They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
you think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why was it not? Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
You had an opportunity to respond.
Look at Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what
Vice
happened.
President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
Interruptions, accusations, and at times chaos. The moderator, Chris Wallace, pleading with President Trump to stop interrupting. And an attempt tonight to address topics ranging from the Supreme Court to coronavirus to climate change. That is the end of the first presidential debate of the 2020 general election cycle, and this is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. You can see there the candidates being met by their spouses on the debate stage. Let's go to our panel from the Washington Post team to talk about what we saw tonight. Ashley Parker, White House reporter, also the Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin joining us, and our colleague, national political reporter James Hohmann. We also have Eugene Scott here with us tonight, writer for The Fix. Thanks so much to all of you. I thought about just having us all pause here and take some deep breaths together, panel, because I feel like everybody could use that, but let's not waste any time. Let's dive into what we saw tonight. James, I want to start with you. I'd like to hear from you first about just how overall this went tonight.
I do not think that Donald Trump changed the trajectory of this race. He is down a touchdown. If you didn't like the president going into tonight, it's hard to see how you would like him now. I thought a lot of times he was running as someone who was down, a lot of bullying, a lot of trolling, a lot of trying to get under Biden's skin. I don't think that there was any kind of moment that is going to shake up this race, and that is a good break for Joe Biden.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you and talk about the tone tonight. It sort of came across as a food fight, but that's not entirely fair because it really was President Trump who was deciding to interrupt repeatedly and sort of setting that tone early on.
Right. I mean, I think we all knew going into this that it would be very contentious, but this was, it was very combative at the start. I counted, and it was only 20 minutes in when you heard Joe Biden tell President Trump to shut up. And you had these multiple interjections by the moderator where he was talking over the 2 men, trying to get President Trump to stay quiet and to observe the answers that Joe Biden was given. So I'm not sure if this does much for the American voter. In fact, I'm sure for many people it was probably unwatchable in the few first moments because of all the interruptions. It was hard to get at substance early on because of all the interruptions. And I'm thinking, with the Trump side, his supporters may see this as a part of his persona of being that tough guy, that bully. That's one of the reasons some say they voted for him. But I think it may have also backfired in a way because it builds a little empathy for Joe Biden, because you saw how frustrating it was for him to get his points across because he just could not be heard. So I agree with James on that I'm not sure if this moved the needle for Trump at all. It was definitely a different type of debate, one I don't think we've ever seen before.
Let's listen to an excerpt from tonight. This is one of those examples of where it certainly didn't sound like a typical presidential debate. It didn't sound presidential at all. It sounded much more like a fight. Hear this.
Vote now.
Are you going to pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're
to
a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the question
you want
is
to put a lot of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justice,
the
radical
question,
left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the court.
We have
We're not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure do.
47.
All right, let's go to Ashley Parker, White House reporter. Ashley, what are your impressions of tonight?
Well, just that clip you showed, right? You had Biden telling Trump to shut up. You had him calling him the worst president in the history of presidents. You had him calling him a racist. But you would leave that debate and probably think, to be fair, that Trump was the bully, right? So first of all, that's incredibly striking that Joe Biden could say all of those things, and that pales on the whole over the course of 90 minutes to what Trump said and how he behaved. To me, I will say I'm a much better reporter than I am a pundit, but to me, as I sort of think of what may stand out going forward, was that one moment where the president was basically asked to condemn white supremacists, and he simply could not. He kind of faltered, he stalled, and then finally, when the name of the group, the Proud Boys, which is a far-right neo-fascist group, was provided to him, he basically said they should stand back and stand by, which sounds as much like a call to action, frankly, as it does a condemnation. And just covering Trump previously, the rare moments where he does seem to succumb to the sort of traditional forces of political gravity is when he behaves as a racist, when he says something that is fundamentally racist, or when he refuses to condemn white supremacy, as he did in the aftermath of Charlottesville. So again, that debate, it felt like sometimes just crosstalk. There's a lot of moments to unpack, but I do foresee a world in which if that gets clipped and the Biden campaign makes an issue of it, a clip going viral of Trump being unable to condemn white supremacy is potentially one of the few things we saw tonight that could hurt him.
Ashley, let's watch that. And what Ashley was just talking about is this striking moment on what could have been a simple question on race. Watch this exchange.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared
willing to do
specifically
that, but
do it?
Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left.
President Trump choosing to pivot on that and not simply condemn white supremacy. Eugene Scott, let's bring you into the conversation. Let's start there. Let's start there on this issue of racism, because this was an opportunity for the president to be clear about his perspective and opinions, and in a way, his omission may have provided that clarity.
Well, the president was clear, just not in the way that most of the Americans who think he's racist would like him to be. I was in Portland this past weekend, where the Proud Boys actually had a rally in downtown Portland. And the chair of the Proud Boys responded tonight when the president made those comments. He posted on social media, "That's my president," reinforcing the idea that white nationalists look at President Trump and see something that they like and something that they believe will further their causes across America. And that's one of the reasons that President Trump remains largely unpopular, not only with Black Americans, but Americans more broadly, because they see in him someone who will not push back on a problem that many Americans believe is taking over the land, and that's the spread of racism.
James Hohmann, where does the conversation go from here on this? I mean, as Ashley points out, this certainly could be clipped and used. That takes some level of understanding by the American public who Proud Boys are. But where do you see this aspect of the conversation going?
I think that this is going to end up dominating a lot of the media conversation, but the Biden campaign wants to keep the conversation on the coronavirus and the economy. Tomorrow he's doing a train tour starting in Cleveland and then going into Western Pennsylvania. He's going to give a couple economic speeches. He's going to go to Johnstown, where Trump gave a big speech 4 years ago and promised to bring back jobs to the area. And Biden's already written that speech and it talks about how Trump didn't follow through on bringing back jobs. That's what they want to be talking about. And there's a feeling inside the Biden high command that 4 years ago, they kind of, I mean, it's not a trap because this obviously is a huge deal and it's significant, but that, you know, Hillary Clinton was supposed to do a big Western Pennsylvania swing right after the Democratic convention in Philadelphia. But instead of talking about jobs and the economy, which was what the intention was, she was talking about Khizr Khan and the attack that Trump made against Gold Star families. And there was a lot of feeling in Clinton world after the election, and there is a lot of feeling now in Biden world that they have to be careful not to fall into these traps, because ultimately, you know, this election is not just a referendum on Trump. It's a referendum on how people feel about his handling of the coronavirus and where the economy is going to go next.
Rhonda Colvin, there is the question of sort of who controls the narrative from here, and if the Biden campaign allows Trump's talking points and Trump's interrupting to sort of control the conversation, it does take them away, as James points out, from the issues they want to focus on.
That's true, and that's one of the things that Biden's advisors had said in preparation for this debate, that they didn't want him to spend the 90 minutes fact-checking Trump every time he made a statement that was vague or not truthful. I think there are opportunities throughout tonight where they can use it as campaign ads or social moments to definitely bring home, especially to those voters who are on the fence still, that Joe Biden was interrupted, was not able to give his full message this evening, that the president is continuously not presidential, he's combative. I think they're really going to be able to use that as an opportunity, even though they may not have been able to hit all the points they wanted to this evening.
Let's go back to Cleveland, where Joyce Koh has been covering tonight's debate. Joyce, what were your takeaways from there on the ground?
Well, Libby, there was a large range of topics covered tonight, but I think viewers walked away with very little substance, as your panel has said tonight, and largely because of President Trump's interruptions during both Joe Biden's responses to questions as well as the moderator as well. President Trump's campaign strategy, even dating back to 2015, 2016, has been to go after character as opposed to policy, a lot of bullying and name calling, and that is very similar to what we saw tonight. Like I said, him going after Joe Biden in the middle of his answers, cutting him off, and making Biden sort of pivot in the middle of his responses to moderator Chris Wallace's questions. We even saw Trump sparring with Chris Wallace multiple times during the debate, really showing his conflict with the media over the course of his 4 years as president. Biden's response to a lot of those moments were to roll his eyes. You played that moment where he told President Trump to shut up. He also called him a clown a couple times. So there was a lot of this sparring back and forth. I think ultimately what President Trump and Joe Biden are fighting for is, of course, the undecided voters and suburban voters. President Trump needing to get that suburban women in particular to vote for him in order to have like a critical, a key component of his voting base going into the November's elections. And I think one thing that we've seen in our own reporting is that the name calling and sort of that bulldozing attitude President Trump has shown over the course of 4 years doesn't sit quite well with suburban women. They've polled at lower rates for President Trump. Biden getting more of, at least as far as the polls are concerned, showing to be more favorable among suburban voters. So, you know, we saw the candidates hit tonight on suburban voters. President Trump really echoing what he said during the RNC about how Biden's administration, if he is to win, would be a threat to suburban voters. Biden hitting back on President Trump tonight, saying that he is a threat to suburban voters with both the coronavirus and his what he called his failure to act on the environment. So I think that's one thing that we'll be looking forward to see if this really does move the needle. I think it's hard to imagine that an undecided voter would be able to pull any concrete policy issues or really any takeaways from either of the candidates tonight. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Koh, reporting live from Cleveland, site of tonight's debate. Ashley Parker, you report so closely on President Trump and what's coming out of the White House. What was their goal tonight, and who were they trying to appeal to? Who was President Trump trying to appeal to?
Well, I think who he ended up he personally on the debate stage trying to appeal to in some ways was a little different than what their goal was. You saw a little bit in his rhetoric and his messaging when he was kind of blanketly accusing Joe Biden of being a socialist and being a tool of the radical left. That has been a campaign message that they have never quite been able to make stick, in part because that's just fundamentally not who Joe Biden is if you look at his policies and his rhetoric and his 47-year record. But it was sort of what they were hoping they could run on if they were running against, for instance, a Senator Sanders or a Senator Warren. And it is a message they have been still trying, with limited success, make stick against Joe Biden. And you saw the president kind of throwing that out there in various moments, including at the very beginning of the debate, right out of the gate. You know, in terms of the president's actual behavior that we witnessed, it felt like he was trying to turn out his base, the sorts of people who like that bullying, right? Not as Joyce was talking about the suburban women who are turned off by that, but the people who love that raw, visceral, angry. I mean, Trump can be angry, but he can sometimes be charming and charismatic when he is sort of angry and freewheeling. That was not the Trump we saw tonight. This was a dark, broody Trump, the part of his base who likes it when he doesn't condemn the Proud Boys. In fact, the Proud Boys took to Twitter to hail him for his comments. So that's who Trump was trying to turn out. And the split side of that I want to address briefly is that some of Biden's strongest moments felt not when he was engaging in that crosstalk with the president, but when he did something that President Trump did not do. And that was numerous times during the debate, Biden would turn directly to the camera and talk to the American voter at home, right? The voter who was suffering, he said, because there's a missing chair at your dinner table for someone who died of coronavirus. You had an elderly relative who died and you couldn't even say goodbye. The nurse had to hold up a cell phone for a FaceTime. People who are struggling with closed schools or the economy. And Biden doing that direct to camera feels like he was doing a very different in tone and substance, but version of what Trump was trying to do, which is to turn out voters, his voters, and make an appeal to the American public.
Let's go to James Hohmann. You know, James, Ashley makes an important point that Joe Biden wanted to try to speak directly to the American people, and despite sort of the chaos of tonight, did manage to have some chunks of time where he was able to talk about his policies, his platforms, what he hopes to accomplish as president.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with Ashley. And I do think what we saw was, even though Biden is a moderate and comes from the moderate wing, and that was the lane he was in during the Democratic primaries, there was a pivoting toward the center. And I think Trump was surprised by that, because in debate prep, they had expected that Biden would have been doing more to kind of sop to the left, to increase enthusiasm and energy to his base, because as Ashley noted, Trump was trying to gin up his own base. And so there was this moment where, you know, Trump said, "You won't even say law and order." And then Biden said, "Law and order with justice." And then Trump came back to it and said, you know, that again. And then, you know, Trump was talking in the opening block about the manifesto. And Biden said, I kicked Bernie Sanders' butt. I beat him big in the primary. This is my Democratic Party. This isn't Bernie Sanders' party. And then, you know, Trump started talking about how Pocahontas, which is his racially insensitive term for Elizabeth Warren, he started trying to relitigate the primaries. And I thought Biden was very much trying to appeal to disaffected Republicans and moderates, the kinds of people who maybe didn't vote in 2016 or maybe voted for Trump in 2016 reluctantly and then voted for Democrats in the House in the 2018 midterms. And so I do think that there was some shift there. You also saw it on the Green New Deal when Biden said, "No, I'm not for the Green New Deal. I'm for the Biden plan." You saw it with some of the pro-police rhetoric generally. And I do think that that is a strategic shift to win over those undecided voters in the middle.
Ashley Parker, this was the second election cycle in a row where Chris Wallace asked Donald Trump about the integrity of the election, and Trump doubted the integrity of the election process in front of this huge audience. You know, we are used to in politics sort of dog whistles or intimations, implications of things, but President Trump directly tonight, as he has been doing in the past, but tonight in front of a huge audience, was casting doubt on the integrity of the election.
Yeah, he was, and he did that because that is a deliberate, concerted part of his strategy, not necessarily the strategy of his aides or his team or his White House or his campaign, but this is something that the president has been doing repeatedly in rallies, in off-the-cuff comments, in tweets, in speeches. It's not a little bit of a slip up. So the idea that on a debate stage he would do it in front of such a large audience is, yeah, exactly the point if you're President Trump. And it was a striking contrast with former Vice President Biden, whose answer was not even go out and vote for me. It was simply vote, right? Anyone show up and vote for the candidate of your choice, and then we will accept the election results. And then you have the president on the other side who is basically sowing chaos and dissension and doubt and setting the stage where he will, or he's at least shown signs that if he does not win, he will refuse to accept those results.
Ashley Parker, thank you so much. Well, stay with us. More to come from the Washington Post in just a moment.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and with me tonight, Eugene Scott, reporter for The Fix, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and national political reporter James Hohmann. Eugene, you write a lot about identity in politics and race in politics. Let's talk about this topic that came up about racial sensitivity training and how this ended up becoming a real contrast between the candidates.
Well, I think one of the things that made me think of was comments that the president made in the recent book by Post editor Bob Woodward, where he pushed back on the concept of white privilege and how perhaps many white Americans need to be more mindful of what their experience in this country is like compared to that of people of color. And we know that Biden has been very vocal in trying to help many of his white supporters, particularly those in law enforcement, understand that sometimes the way they communicate and view issues comes off as very insensitive, if not full out harmful to many Black Americans. And I think what we saw in this different response from both of the candidates is a deep awareness of just how differently their bases view matters of race in this country right now when it comes to interacting with people of a different race than them.
James Hohmann, President Trump saying that he was ending racial sensitivity essentially training because it's racist, and Joe Biden having a totally different perspective on that.
And I do think that it's a revealing chasm, just as revealing as that interview with Woodward, where he said, "Come on, Bob, you don't fall for that stuff, do you?" And it is, this is Joe Biden's obviously 77, Donald Trump's 73. Trump is very much a throwback to an earlier generation. And his whole kind of shtick in 2016 was, I'm not politically correct. And for a lot of people, not being politically correct means being offensive and not caring about other people's feelings. I thought Biden did well to appeal to, when he explained his position on it, seniors. Donald Trump did really well with seniors in 2016. Biden's actually been very competitive. And I think he was kind of explaining to that older generation, other septuagenarians, like, look, you don't want to hurt other people's feelings. That's not fair. That's not right. And I think by putting it sort of in those kinds of decency terms, that really helped translate it to a broader audience.
Rhonda Colvin, I know you were watching closely to see how coronavirus was talked about tonight, and we certainly saw it was a big focus of this evening. A lot of interruptions, a lot of disruptions, but we did hear some attacks from Joe Biden, very clear attacks about how President Trump has handled the pandemic.
Right, and he brought up the Bob Woodward book saying that President Trump was aware that this was deadly, yet in public he was downplaying it. Joe Biden said that a couple times. And I think it was a really important moment, and I think Ashley brought it up, where you saw how Biden was appealing to people who have lost people to the coronavirus, who don't have someone sitting at the table, he said, because they were taken from this virus. I think that was a really important point for him to bring up, and it was an appeal to people on a very, very human level. And when you saw the split screen, of course, body language plays a lot into these debates. Trump was standing fairly defensively. In fact, during most of the coronavirus talk, he was very defensive, saying that under a Biden presidency, more people would have died. He kept saying that refrain over and over again. So it certainly lacked a little bit of sympathy that you might expect from a sitting president who has watched and heard of many Americans dying from this. So I think they did speak at length about the coronavirus in ways that weren't interrupted like we saw in other topics. But the president and Vice President Biden certainly did not have the same take or even posture with body language over that topic.
You know, Rhonda, you bring up a great point. So many missed opportunities in a debate like tonight that was chaotic, and that we did not hear a personal appeal and emotional connection from President Trump on any of these topics and the victims of any fronts, whether it was fires in California or people who've lost loved ones or jobs because of the coronavirus.
That's true, or people with policing, with black men and women who have experienced police brutality. That wasn't really talked about or brought up by Trump, too. So what was interesting to me overall is that you see that Trump was very much talking to his base directly. He was talking to those who are already in his column. I don't know if he did much by trying to meet those people who are concerned about his character, may have voted for him back in 2016, but are very concerned of the way he's handled things and his demeanor. So he definitely tried to lock in that base and talk directly to them. In the election integrity part, he spoke directly to them about saying he wants his supporters to go and be poll watchers, and it's very safe, he said, for poll watchers to be there and make sure things are happening right. So he definitely had the dog whistles, but he also had very blatant appeals to the people who are already in his column.
James Hohmann, we saw at one point President Trump pull out a mask out of his jacket pocket and act like wearing a mask was no big deal, but that is after months of fighting his own experts within the government who have been pleading for Americans to put on a mask as a major safety measure to take. And then we heard him talking about his rallies and saying they've all been outdoors. They have not all been outdoors. You know, the Washington Post has been fact-checking all night long, and I encourage people to go to WashingtonPost.com and find a thorough fact-check that went on throughout the night. But let's look at COVID-19 for a moment and how the president was trying to explain his way out of the situation.
Libby, I thought that moment you just flagged really captured in miniature the president's mixed contradictory messages on COVID, which was he pulled out the mask, he said, I'll wear the mask. Then a moment later, he said, we don't know, the studies aren't conclusive. So he said he believed the scientists, then he said he didn't believe the scientists. Then he took a shot at Dr. Fauci by saying early on, Fauci said, you didn't need to wear a mask. You know, Tony Fauci's had the job he's had since 1984. Ronald Reagan originally appointed him. But Bob Redfield, the director of the CDC, and Monsef, the leader of the Operation Warp Speed, are both Trump appointees that the president elevated. They're both conservatives. And Trump disagreed with them. He disagreed with his own FBI director. And it is kind of the president's challenge of, you know, the president challenges experts and expertise. One of those moments when talking about COVID that you mentioned, the outdoor rally, that I was really stunned by was he said, we've had no problems at all. And I immediately thought of Herman Cain, you know, the former presidential candidate who went to Trump's Tulsa rally and a few days later tested positive for the coronavirus and passed away. One of the president's rallies last week in Michigan, someone who was at the rally has since tested positive for coronavirus. So it's just, obviously there's a lot to fact check from tonight, but it's just not factually correct to say that they haven't had any problems at all. And then in classic Trumpian fashion as well, you know, he at one point he said, we've had 35,000 to 40,000 people at our rallies that we've been doing, and it's just not true. These kind of airplane hangar rallies are definitely bigger than Biden's events, but it's a couple thousand people. It's not 35 to 40,000 people.
And Eugene, the president basically saying to Joe Biden that you would have these rallies too if you could get these numbers, which of course is not based on any sort of fact. But also, it was so fascinating. At one point, Donald Trump was essentially accusing the Biden-Harris campaign of doubting science as well, which Biden tried to push back on. So I wonder what that does to the viewer and the potential voter in terms of trying to parse through what these candidates actually believe in and stand for.
I think one of the main strategies coming from President Trump is to misrepresent Joe Biden, right? We've seen so much misinformation in the conservative media about what Joe Biden is doing or has said or is struggling with, that what he wants to do is create this image of him with people who support the president already, as well as people who are considering voting for Biden, that just isn't based in fact or reality, but causes so much doubt. Joe Biden has not communicated anything to suggest that the reason why he is not holding rallies is because he doesn't have enough support. The reality is in many of the states, we know that Joe Biden has more support than Donald Trump, yet Donald Trump is holding rallies in those states with the hope that he will improve his numbers. So support has very little to do with it. We know that Joe Biden has repeatedly put out statements showing his support for science, especially when it relates to climate change and the pandemic, and President Trump simply has not. Very often, it just seemed like his main approach or response, should I say, to Joe Biden was, I know you are, but what am I? Even when that wasn't really based in fact. And that's going to hurt him with people who were hoping to see President Trump actually answer some of the questions that he's been able to avoid so many times before, but somehow the president found a way to get around it. And I don't think those who really wanted answers got what they were looking for.
You know, Eugene, I think the question, though, is does that just frustrate people and discourage people who might be questioning if they're motivated to vote at all, if they feel like they're having to try to understand and parse through and they're getting false information, let's say, on their social media feeds, and they're not sure who to believe when they hear the president saying two things at once? There is a question of what that means for their enthusiasm to vote at all.
I think it does suppress enthusiasm in the sense that people are overwhelmed and people are confused and people are frustrated. And we already have data that says that there's very little trust in government as is. And the reality is we're in a time this election season where people are dealing with so many other crises, including an economic downturn, coronavirus pandemic, and racial unrest. And so there are valid reasons for people to say, you know what, I'm not going to set aside time to go out and vote. And to be confused and this unclear, should I say, in terms of what they need to be addressing when they go to the polls adds on top of that. But I think what both of the campaigns are going to try to do to combat that, although perhaps not as effectively tonight, is communicate urgency and make it very clear that if people don't push through that, you're going to end up getting 4 more years of something that you don't want. Be it from the left or the right, because you ultimately decided the best thing to do was to stay home.
Well, let's talk about how moderator Chris Wallace did tonight. Here's one example of his exasperating evening.
That's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President, no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
He stood up.
No,
he stood up
the answer to the question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
that
get rid
is
of the
absolutely
you know what, you're,
not
stop.
true.
doing it.
You're going to
Not
have
true.
Gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but it seems to be. Why shouldn't I be different than the two of you?
Chris Wallace moderating tonight's presidential debate. James Hohmann, let's go to you about the job that he set out to do and the role that he played.
Libby, I feel really bad for Steve Scully and the other moderators who are coming up, because this is an impossible job. Our colleague Aaron Blake said in the preview show that he wouldn't want to do it, even though it's this great honor. I been texting the last few minutes with a Fox producer who works with Wallace, and she's saying, what were we supposed to do? Cut off the mics? How could he have possibly handled it any differently than he did? It's just this impossible situation where you really can't totally go to the backdrop. Otherwise, Trump, who did come in trying to get under Biden's skin, trying to be a bully, just completely dominates the conversation. And so it shows that it's kind of a can't-win situation. And I think that's, Wallace does that on his show a lot. He'll interrupt people. Some of the other moderators don't have that kind of style or reputation for kind of cutting people off that way. And it really is remarkable that if Chris hadn't done that, I think it would have been much more of a throwing sand in the sandbox kind of night.
Rhonda Colvin, we were wondering just how much fact-checking Chris Wallace would be able to do or would be interested in doing before this. And the debate commission itself, the head of that said that really wasn't the role he was playing. But we all know that Chris Wallace is someone who is an aggressive reporter, and so we were expecting him to try to push back a little bit at times. But this just entered a whole different realm, because we're even just talking about sort of basic following of the rules and the format. He even said at one point to the president, "Your campaign agreed to the basic rules that I'm trying to enforce here."
Right, and he also pointed a finger at Trump and said, "I'm appealing to you to be quiet." So I feel that his role tonight, of course, many journalists would want that position, certainly maybe in other former campaigns and election cycles, but this was tough, and I'm sure some of the other moderators that are coming up for the next two debates were taking notes as to how Chris Wallace handled things tonight. I think, going back to something I said when we started our post show, I think that Trump interrupting so much may have given Biden a little bit of empathy. People could empathize with being interrupted so much. People became frustrated because we couldn't understand who was talking. It happened all at once. So I think Chris kind of played into that, where he was almost seen as on Biden's side, saying, "I know he's interrupting you and I'm trying to stop it." So I don't think that may have been his intent when he started out tonight, but I do think it might have been an effect.
Eugene Scott, there is a danger, though, in people saying that it was just that everyone was sort of a mess tonight, right? And so, journalists are trying to be objective and sort of, see things clearly. But Eugene, if one person, the President of the United States, is setting a tone and interrupting a lot, what does that mean for everyone else who's party to this experience?
Well, it seems like when you're in a situation like that, the president sets the tone for the debate, and people have a couple of options. They can either meet him there, or they can somehow push back on it in a way that takes control of the conversation. And it wasn't a lot of that happening in this situation. And what we actually saw very often was frustration coming from both the moderator and Joe Biden. And it made things look chaotic and unorganized. And in the eyes of many voters, perhaps those who are not in the political space, just a big mess for everyone involved. And that could hurt Joe Biden. It could hurt future moderators. And one of the things I'll be most fascinated to see moving forward is just how moderators prep and train after seeing what it could be like, so that they could have a different outcome than what we saw from Chris Wallace, and that people's takes on the debate end up being more positive than what we're seeing right now.
James Hohmann, we'll leave it with you for final thoughts from tonight. I mean, is there a chance that we may not even see more debates? I was sort of wondering, just given how tonight went, they have agreed to 3 presidential debates, 1 vice presidential debate, which will be next week. But did tonight sort of do damage to the process?
Oh, it definitely did damage to the process, but we're going to see the other debates. The president is down. He thinks he's very good. I'm confident that the president thinks he won tonight and got across what he wanted to, and put doubts in people's minds about Hunter Biden, and and that he was being bullied on. And for Biden, these are chances to put to rest the president's narrative that he's Sleepy Joe, which I think he did tonight. There were no kind of memorable Biden gaffes that we're going to be talking about. So I think both sides have an incentive to keep attending these debates. And as we talked about before, this is one of the last opportunities. This is one of the last ways for Trump to change the trajectory of the race, which is, when you look at the polling and everything else, been remarkably consistent for the last year now. And nothing that happened tonight is going to, in my prediction, meaningfully change the contours of this race. And that could be different in one of the forthcoming debates.
Well, thank you so much, James Hohmann. I'd also like to thank Rhonda Colvin and Eugene Scott, and of course, Ashley Parker and Joyce Koh, who also joined us earlier this evening for our wrap-up. Thank you for joining us and watching tonight's debate with the newsroom of The Washington Post. We will be back next week for the vice presidential debate between Mike Pence and Kamala Harris. It's the only head-to-head matchup of the vice presidential candidates this election season. So you can tune in next Wednesday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And that debate will be in Salt Lake City with moderator Susan Page of USA Today. We will have our team of Washington Post reporters here to preview the debate and set the stage and watch it with you. In the meantime, be sure to subscribe wherever you're watching us. We will see you next Wednesday night. I'm Libby Casey. Good night.